Hello everybody and welcome to Pitt International Race Complex for round number 2 of the 2021 F-Series season. We are at a doubleheader here at Pitt International Race Complex. Right now we are in the Formula Cadet qualifying, about to head into the Formula Shifter qualifying right after this. We have, the format today is going to be qualifying 7 minutes and pre-final and a final for each class. Got plenty of classes of racing action here for you today. I'll be your commentator, Matteo Giuliano. Very, very excited to get the action going and bring you some coverage here live from Pitt International Race Complex. We have a one-track camp today, and I will be providing you coverage as we are part of the growth of karting here at the F-Series and are always looking to improve and push ourselves on the racetrack, but also create viable and healthy careers in motor racing. So the F-Series doing a very, very good job here this weekend. We got a ton of drivers out here today. Round 1 yesterday was really, really something, as there was some really, really close racing and then tons of battling, tons of overs and unders. But we are live here from Pitt International Race Complex. Checkered flag is now out for the Formula Cadet, and Ben Hernandez, who won yesterday, will come out on top of Max Weiland and J.J. O'Neill following behind, only 0.14 seconds behind him. And Ben Hernandez will start on pole once again with a 1-minute 4:84 over Max Weiland. Just a little under a tenth of Fianchi was able to get the P up to P6. And a couple of stop carts. Thomas Crispin was not able to get the time that he wanted, but he will be able to start the pre-final in P number 8. And Remy Andredos gets a better time and gets up to P number 9. But overall, Ben Hernandez sold the class of the field. Now going into Shifter. Nathan Nicholson was able to come out on top yesterday in the Formula Shifter class, and now looking to repeat and sweep the doubleheader weekend here at Pitt International Race Complex. Ben Hernandez has been very, very good for Comp Kart over the state championship and transferring that energy over into the Gear Up Challenge. Just clearing the last few cars off the racetrack here as we get ready for the Formula Shifter qualifying. Again, we are live on YouTube, and I'll be putting some of the race starts live on Instagram. So in terms of social media and getting this out to your friends, you know where to go.
Yes, tell cart number 14 that all his times came up.
But stay tuned to Pitt International Race Complex as we have a few stop cars on the racetrack, but you're tuned in to Europe F-Series live at Pitt. All right. We are live, ready to go for the qualifying session. Drivers out on track at the current moment. All right, Formula Shifter is out on the racetrack now for their qualifying session. It all counts now as drivers look to put in their quickest time, and it's this track is definitely very, very brutal, and finding a very nice balanced racing line for sure is very vital to finding time here. A lot of very early apexes and very interesting braking points at this circuit. Nathan Nicholson out there again, not surprisingly, up at the top. Followed by Matt Michiko, Lucas Catania, Blake Ford, Kevin Primus, Efren Cascio, and Joseph Catania. These shifters go oh so fast, especially towards the end of the straightaway. And they're going into turn number 3. Somebody gets cut off there. That's very interesting. What we're going to be seeing a lot of today is drivers just shutting the door going into that very turns number 2 and 3. They're both very interesting apex points, but very vital passing zones. We've seen several of our drivers get most of their main passes done in those 2 corners. Marco Oldaffer at 56. He was able to finish on the podium yesterday after a very good performance and starting on the pole in the final. This class and the Shifter KZ class are the 2 classes starting from the grid. And we have a light system here today that we are going to be utilizing. And making sure to back it up to make sure all drivers can see it.
By the entrance of the pits.
All right. And the 2 that just came onto the front straightaway, Barry Primus and Kevin Primus. Both brothers out here this weekend racing. And Marco Oldaffer puts in a really, really good lap time, 53.346. Now only 2 tenths behind Nathan Nicholson after being 7 tenths behind yesterday. Gonna see what he can do to take him off the top step. But Matt Michiko puts in another time, 53.532. Turn 1 is a very, very, very quick corner. As if you can get a nice apex for that, you really should be able to maintain good traction with a lot of speed. And a lot of these teams have put in some really good setups. These carts are really gripping nice, and all these teams getting on the racetrack with fresh tires this morning. Tons of rubber used on the racetrack yesterday, but nothing too ridiculous. And Nathan Nicholson puts in another really good time, 52.888. All right, and that's a first driver into the 52s out of the Formula Shifters. Nathan Nicholson into a 52.888. Very dominating performance so far, as he is they've definitely taken the shifter class by storm. Coming up next, juniors. If you're in the Formula Juniors left. All right, and checkered flag. Nathan Nicholson on pole, but Marco Oldaffer with a very strong position, number 2. Less than 5 tenths behind Nathan Nicholson. Good to see what he has for him in the race. but very close in front, only 1/10 ahead of Matt Machiko, followed by the 431 of Blake Korth and Lucas Catania rounding out the top 5. Very, very close shift to qualifying as we head into our Formula Junior qualifying session. Drivers definitely finding some really good time out there, as the back section has a couple of vital points that gives you such momentum onto the front straightaway.
Yeah, we do. He's in the garage. Hold on. No, we're good.
But Formula Junior ready to get underway, as they are out in the pit lane. All Smoke's getting ready to go. But yes, we do have a live stream going pretty strong here. So if you want to join in, join the chat, get some people talking here.
Oh my God, Christian is losing his mind. Losing his mind. Like not even joking. Just now. I'm sitting over there just talking with everybody.
Frank Iadvaya still running very, very strong, continuing his momentum from yesterday, as he's now down to a 55.737 Max Taylor and Daniel Binder had a really good battle yesterday, and they're very, very close to each other. But Daniel Binder up to P3 right now, as yesterday he was more towards 7th and 8th, but good to see him doing very, very well this morning. And Lucas Szabo, the fastest driver from practice, now up to the top of the times, at 55.017. And drivers, a lot of drivers do want to spread out as much as they possibly can when they're out on the racetrack, but there are a few drivers out there right now in a little pack. The 95, 99, and 33 and Max Taylor all very close to each other in turns number 3 and 4. Only 2 tenths separating Lucas Szabo and Frank Idvaya. Frank Idvaya going to try to do what he can and see if he can steal it back from him in these last few laps here. Next, we have Shifter KZ. If you're in the Shifter KZ class, please continue making your way. All right, and that is the checkered flag. All right, Shifter KZ qualifying about to get underway here. Some drivers trying to carry some momentum from yesterday. This class is also very, very close as this class features the KZ engine package. So fucking hungry. All right, at the moment, drivers trying to warm up their tires, trying to make sure they have all the grip that they need to give themselves a max yield out of their laps. And drivers trying to improve from yesterday. Think about this double headers. There's a lot to learn from on Saturday to utilize in your race strategies and your setup on Sunday. So very good to see the drivers looking to try to improve today, as we're always trying to improve in motorsports. Stay tuned. Got Shifter KZ qualifying up right now. Seven Kruger is able to put out a 53.601. Pretty impressive lap so far. Christian Oldhaffer 55.3. Hot spot for these qualifying sessions, probably between 3 laps in and maybe the last lap are probably the most vital points where you'll have the most grip more than likely and be able to put in a really, really impressive lap time. And Christian Oldhaffer up to the top of the boards with a 52.928, and Nathan Nicholson down with a 53 flat. Christian Oldhaffer to the top of the time board with a 1/10 ahead of Nathan Nicholson, who is a Formula Shifter pole sitter. Jason. Very, very impressive lap from Christian Oldhaffer here. We definitely are going to be seeing a very close qualifying session. And Annie Rule puts in a really impressive lap time at 52.352. Annie Rule currently sitting on the pole. 5/10 separating the top 3. Adam Polisky hits the line. Jason Henrique jumps up to P number 5. Had a very, very close battle with Annie yesterday. Oh, and Annie Rule puts in another impressive lap time. Now down to a 51.8. Followed by Nathan Nicholson with a 52.487, and Christian Oldhaffer still a 52.849. Still some time left to go. Have a new track record. Previous track record of 51.9 has now been broken by Annie Rule with a 51.811. Very impressive. Annie Rule, new track record holder here at Pitt Race. Very, very impressive, very special. Very impressive drive yesterday. She was able to come out on P2, but looking very, very good today. And looking like she can really make something happen, but definitely going to be some good battling up front. A little more than 2 minutes left in the session still. Drivers definitely skidding even as they hit the curbs here. And now Alex Manglass and Jason Henrique are both able to put in impressive times. Alex Manglass down to a 51.933, so approaching that previous track record time, and Jason Henrique down to a 52 flat. Things amping up in the qualifying session, but still a few minutes left. Still a minute or two left remaining, as there's still a chance for one of these drivers to steal the pole away. And after this, we're going to go into our last qualifying session for Formula Tag. Formula Tag's qualifying session coming up next. They're going to be the last qualifying session of the day before we get our series of pre-finals started for the day. So stay tuned. And checkered flag. Checkered flag. Annie Rule will be starting on the pole position with a 51.8 with a new track record. Going to double check that to confirm that, everybody. But if so, very, very impressive. Nathan Nicholson was only able to get P4 out of that one. So definitely has some tough competition, the home track driver here at Pittsburgh. Stephen Kruger was able to sneak into the top 5 with a 52.6. And we're going to get into our next session here. Formula Tag, the final qualifying session of the day. Very, very close qualifying session. Congratulations to all our pole sitters. As starting from the front in Grand Prix karting is very, very, very vital. Now back to the automatic karts, as we get ready to go here. Engines firing up.
Timing is ready.
Engines firing up here for the Formula Tag category. Getting ready to go out for their session. Very, very stacked class today. Very, very, very good drivers to watch for in this class as we take on today's qualifying. And here they go, getting ready to go. Now onto the track, ready to go here. Single file, going to space out a little bit to see if they can get their lap times in. But drivers from all over the region, from Massachusetts, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania. And here we go. All right, Thomas Annunziata currently at the front right now with a 53.920. Only 6 tenths separating the top five. Going to be very, very close here. Now Ryan Raffa jumps out to P number 4 with a 54.214. And drivers trying to even utilize each other's toe on the straightaway, as that seems to give you a couple tenths being able to poke your that hole through the air. And Justin White now up to P number 3 with a 54.011. And John Bonanno yesterday had some work to do, but now up to P number 7 with a 54.652. 8 tenths behind the leader. A second separating 12 different karts, as the competition is for sure definitely something. Only a few minutes left remaining here in the Formula Tag qualifying, final qualifying session for today, and we'll be racing wheel to wheel for the rest of the day. But Justin White up to P number 2. Driving the comp cart, and then this is an X30 class. This is an X30 and Rotex class. Very interesting to see how the Rotexes are faring against the X30s. Definitely hanging in there as we continue to move through the session. Nobody able to match Thomas Annunziata quite yet, as he's driving the X30 kart with public chassis from New Jersey. Justin White able to improve a little bit, but not quite enough. Justin White able to improve a little bit, but not quite enough, as we move into the final 30 seconds of qualifying here. And checkered flag, Thomas Annunziata on the pole with a 53.741. So coming up next, very, very close Formula Tag qualifying, as 13 karts were separated by only 1 second. Very, very competitive class here today with the Rotex and the X30. But coming up next, we got the Formula 125 pre-final. So if you're in the Formula 125, please make your way to the grid. Formula 125. I think it should be fine, but it just shuts itself off.
Usually means it's... Yeah, these batteries probably not that good. People only had it all day yesterday, so...
Yeah, I had 3 pairs.
All right, I'm ready for race.
See how these do.
Were they new batteries?
These should be new. I got them from the manager yesterday. So I mean, and then I didn't even put them in until this morning. So Formula 125 qualifying. Getting ready to go here.
No, Formula 125.
The pre-final. Excuse me. We say qualifying fucking hour in a row.
Alright, they're coming up, so we're almost ready to go. Yeah, I'll get all of my stuff out. Have you guys are ready?
Can't take that one. Where do you want Ryan? Ryan Rabbit, Jacob.
let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control. Let the words flow. Let the music take control.
File number 105, correction number.
Dana and Andy,
Yeah,
was everything good at the scale?
yep, everything's good so far, babe.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to know if I could print out all the results.
I'll let you know from here on out.
All right. Ready to get our racing action started for today. Getting ready to go double file here. 9 drivers going to go at it for the win in the Formula 125 class. Going to be all bunched up and getting ready to go. Here we go, getting ready to hit the line. Wait. Getting ready, and green, green, green.
Keep an eye out. I have to go print out the results.
Ricardo Nunez gets an excellent start out of the outside. Ricardo Nunez gets an excellent run on the outside of turn 1 and is able to take the lead. Frank Runco running very, very close behind Ricardo Nunez. We will have an all-out battle at the end. He's going to get a run, and he's going to try to close the gap, but not going to quite be able to do it. Very, very close going into turn number 3. Ricardo Nunez in the lead, followed by Frank Runco, Daweed Krall, Kim Carpitelli, and Jorge Santiago. All right, well, a few laps into our Formula 125 pre-final here today. As Frank Runco still in the lead, followed by Ricardo Nunez battling very, very hard for the lead. Approaching very close behind. Going to try to see if he can get an undercut into turn number 3 before going very close. Not going to dive in just yet. Frank Runco still in the lead over Ricardo Nunez. And Dawi Krall and Kim Karapalati running in P4, not too far behind. Frank Runco definitely has some speed for sure, but these guys are very, very close. Definitely starting to find a little bit of a gap and start to find a consistent pace here. So Frank Runco or Ricardo Nunez is going to have to change up his speed in this line if he's going to want to have any chance of catching up. But as you can see, Frank Runco really been difficult to beat and is the defending champion. But what will Ricardo Nunez have to say about that? Really starting to build a nice gap for himself, and he's able to take the fastest lap of the race now. As he still has the lead, but the battle for third still very, very close. As Kim Karpalati all over the rear of Daweed, that second pack there. Coming onto the front straightaway here. Starting to build a nice little gap for himself as he is definitely holding a very, very nice pace right now. These two corners here, there's multiple different lines you can take, but definitely putting on a very dominating performance as he's still very, very close into the lead. Using the WeComp sticker option tires here today. Definitely had to mark them for yesterday's sessions and today's sessions. But tire degradation, not too much of a factor because these races are just simply not long enough. But at the same time, if you can be very good with the way you use your tires, you'll definitely have more life in them throughout the weekend. And I know you can't see the back section of this circuit, but the back section is a very interesting section, as there's a left-hander and a right-hander that both have early apexes. Very, very close up front still, as Ricardo Nunez is hanging in there and hanging within a second of Frank Runco. Who's next? Tag Cadet coming up next. If you're in Tag Cadet, please make sure you're on the grid and ready for your pre-final. But Frank Runco still in the lead. The battle for third definitely starting to heat up. as he's trying to get a run on the inside. Kim trying to get an over-under. Not quite going to be able to make it happen. Still has 6 laps left to go to try to see if he can do something. But the battle for third's still very much in contention. Here he comes. Kim has a very, very nice run on Daweed. Can Kim try to make a move onto the inside? Very, very close, looking to get a run here. As you can see, them two approaching very, very closely. Frank Runco still in the lead, starting to gain more time. But Dawood putting in a personal best lap last lap, but Kim Carapaletti all over the rear bumper still, as that is the main hot battle on the racetrack at the current moment. Also another little battle for P number 5 here between Samuel Pollock and Wade Whitson Jr. But Sam looking to fall off a little bit. Here come the leaders. But the battle for third still very, very much undecided. As he's trying to get a look to the inside, not quite going to be able to make it work. As he's getting there, he's closest as he's been. He's really going to have to dive it in there if he's going to want to make something happen. Close, very close battle for third in the first pre-final of the day for the Formula 125 class here at Pitt Race. And the white flag is out. One more lap to go. White flag is out. One more lap to go. Frank Runco still in the lead as a 2.2 second lead over Ricardo Nunez. Very, very impressive race for him, and all he has to do is win one more final, and he will complete the doubleheader sweep in the Formula 125 class. Only a few more corners to go for Frank Runco. He drove a really good race. I think Ricardo Nunez took the lead at the start. And Frank Runco will win the Formula 125 final, followed by Ricardo Nunez, Kim Carapaletti, Dawi Krall, Wade Whitson Jr. going to round up the top 5. Samuel Pollock at P6 and John Sansku in P7. Coming up next, we are going to have the Formula Cadet final, so stay tuned for that. But meanwhile, if you want to tune in, we are live on YouTube streaming the race. We Very, very close racing here. And yesterday in the cadet pre-final, there were 6 different lead changes. So the next one definitely going to be very exciting for sure. Stay tuned. You are here at the Gear Up F Series Round 2 at Pitt Race. Going to wrap up our doubleheader this weekend. Beautiful weekend of racing. And even if I over-exaggerate. All right, ready to get our Formula Cadet final ready to go here. Ben Hernandez starting this one from the pole. There were a ton of lead changes in the last one. Ready to get going for Formula Cadet. Ben Hernandez leading the field to the green. You have a really nice solid field here. Here we go.
Slow them way down.
Getting them ready to go here. Round number 2 of the Formula Cadet season about to get underway. And Ben Hernandez gets a really good start on the inside with number 14 looking to the outside. And he gets the undercut and it's a false start. Is that a false start? False start. Leader too fast approaching the line. They're going to have to try that one again. Very important to remain under a certain speed, which I believe is about 15 to 20 miles an hour, in order for the leader to approach the green. We're going to try one more time here as we try to get this Formula Cadet final going. Gonna try that one again here. Ben Hernandez gonna once again lead the field to the green for round number 2 of the Gear Up F-Series Challenge of the Formula Cadet. 7 to 12-year-olds going at it. Here we come, waiting on the green. Hold, and green. Number 14 gets an even better start to the outside. And is he going to be able to take the lead from Ben? Gets ahead of him a little bit, side by side.
It's they're not racing.
Okay, make sure you announce that we're going to continue to keep going around until they hit that 25 number on roller.
And I'm gonna start taking laps away.
All right, we are not going to be able to start that race. They were going to keep going around until they stay under 25 miles an hour. So another start again. Green.
Just so you know, 14 laps now turned into 12 laps, and I'm gonna keep doing it.
And they're going to cut the final now to 12 laps as the drivers need to make sure that they slow down. Drivers need to make sure that they are staying under 25 miles an hour. They're going to stay slow. And they will not start this until they get it right. Come on. And green. That one is able to get going. And Ben Hernandez in the lead after they had to do a couple of restarts.
You sure everything was good again?
This time it's almost fake install or something up there.
Thank you, Dana.
Here they come to the line. Ben Hernandez able to get a good start in the lead. Max Weiland in second. Travis Pettit getting up to P number 3, and followed by Thomas Crispin, P number 4. Great comeback as Zahid Ali completing the top 5. Ben Hernandez leading as Max Weiland leads Thomas Crispin and Zahid Ali. Ben Hernandez in the lead. Travis Pettit has made his way up to P number 2 as he's in a very, very close battle with Thomas Crispin. Thomas Crispin all over the rear bumper.
Show card number 92 and Formula Cadet contact here.
Thomas Crispin falling very close behind. Going to see if he can get around him. A lot more bump drafting happens in the cadet class as they are going a little bit slower, so they're able to do it and able to get some kind of advantage on the straightaway. Thomas Crispin gets shuffled back to P4, and Cole Wilson all over the rear bumper of him from Team Ferris Racing. 4-cart train battling for P number 2. As Cole Wilson. Oh, and he spin! Cole Wilson spins! Going into turn number 2. Halfway through the Formula Cadet final. Final is about to get underway after this.
Should I let Scales know that number 14 will only by number 12?
Whoa, and he flips! He flips! And he's under his cart! And he's stuck under his cart! And there's red flags on the racetrack. Oh my goodness me, there is a driver. There is a driver that is under the cart.
Yo, what's, oh my god, dude, really?
And it is now red flag conditions. Wow, and a driver. Very, very intense. Oh, man. And we are calling a medic to the track. A medic out on the track immediately, please. We never want to see any injuries. When we're out here, we understand there is force. If you're just now tuning in, unfortunately we had a very freak accident. One of the drivers pulled up onto one of the carts and he was going for a pass and then he wound up flipping over. So we were making sure he's okay. The medic team is examining him and giving him medical attention. halfway through the Formula Cadet final. Final is about to get underway after this. And he's under his cart! And he's stuck under his cart! And there's red flags on the racetrack. Oh my goodness me, there is a driver. There is a driver that is under the cart.
Yo, what's, oh my god, dude, really?
And it is now red flag conditions. Wow, and a driver. Very, very intense. Oh, man. And we are calling a medic to the track. A medic out on the track immediately, please. We never want to see any injuries. When we're out here, we understand everything there is for us. If you're just now tuning in, unfortunately we had a very freak accident. One of the drivers pulled up onto one of the carts and he was going for a pass and then he wound up flipping over. So we were making sure he's okay. The medic team is examining him and giving him medical attention. So just an update here. Unfortunately, a driver has had a very, very serious accident in the cadet class. It was two rookies. Did not get the exact driver's name yet, but we are wishing him the best and hoping that he is not too hurt. You never want to see that in racing. This is a very, very dangerous sport. We all love it very, very much, but it is, you know, when something like this happens, we all got to come together and make sure that we are there for everybody and making sure that the driver is given attention immediately. And they've done a great job with that, as the medical car was out immediately, and the medical car is on its way to the closest hospital at this very moment. I will keep everybody updated with what's going on. We are currently still under red flag conditions in the Formula Cadet race. Unfortunately, I did not have the camera pointing right at that corner as it was happening, so we're not able to get a clear view of how it exactly happened, but it was a very freak accident. You never really want to see someone that young get hurt. So the medical car is currently leaving the facility as we speak, and going to keep everybody updated. We're currently under red flag conditions. Stay tuned to the chat for any updates as we move on through the rest of the races today. hoping that doesn't continue, and hoping that all the incidents are only minor for the rest of the day. Stay tuned to the Euro So just an update. We are.
Why don't you come upstairs and
All right, we are back and done with the red flag period, and we are ready to get our Formula Junior class underway. All right, Formula Junior is now on its way to getting started, ready to get back into racing action. Frank Iadvaya and Lucas Zabo leading the field. Lucas Zabo on the inside. Green, green, green. Lucas Zabo on the inside, looking to maintain the lead, and he gets shoveled back to third. Frank Iadvaya with an excellent start and is able to retain the lead. Frank Iadvaya is super dominant yesterday to see what he can make happen.
Jumping the trail line for Sheldon, so you can write that down if anybody has it in your son.
And it's Frank Iadvaya. Christie, you're top 5 right now.
Can you tell that just a little further down?
Did anybody try calling you?
It was just Marco told you to write something down. I forget what it was. It's a mess.
That driver also sitting on that sail, hey, stay down there. We need to get him to the other side real quick.
Marco, what did you need me to write down?
That was the carts are going by. Ask him what number.
What was the number again? Because the carts were just going by. Got it. And what is his penalty?
You think you want on the other side? Please, that's standing.
Battle for the lead here. Lucas Zabo currently fastest on track. Let's see if he can make a move on the leader. Lucas Zabo following pretty close behind here. As he's going to try to go for the undercut. And he gets him. Lucas Zabo into the lead of this motor race. Lucas Zabo has been fast all weekend, but hasn't quite been able to get the job done, but now running very, very good up at the front of the Formula Junior field. Here they come again. Want to make sure you're all ready to go.
Jared, next time around is halfway, number 791.
Close battling all over the racetrack here, as there has definitely been some interesting things going on. Lucas Zabo in the lead, but the battle for P3 between Max Taylor and Gavin Ivey going very, very strong. As Gavin Ivey going to see what he can do, gets a run out of turn number 1. He's got the momentum. Gets a little bit loose under braking there. We're going to see what kind of momentum he can bring up, and then the rest of the pack, the midfield here is also still very close. So very, very good battles going on. Up into the back section there.
I still kind of couldn't hear Marco earlier before number 479 is getting a 2-position penalty for wide swiping at the scales now.
You pull it out on the mediation line, on the trail line.
And he is awful close. Looking like he's getting some good momentum going up the hill. And he's going to give him a look. Very close battling for the final spot on the podium here in the Formula Junior class.
479 comes from the scales. Please let him know that he's getting a 2-position penalty for going off the trail.
Okay, so you got it.
Keep an eye on the 33 and 144. They're heading into the event.
Lucas Zabo for sure has some mighty pace right now, as you can see. And going into that last section, still in the lead by a solid 3 seconds now over Frank Advaya, yesterday's winner. Definitely will shake things up in the championship for sure. But Gavin Ivey still very, very close to Max Taylor for P number 3. As he seeks to get under him, trying to move with an undercut. And he's giving him a look. Oh, and he gets cut right off. Not going to be able to make it happen. Battle in the midfield going strong between Christian Ruddy, Liam Kerper, and Lars Wilson. Lars Wilson has been fighting very, very hard this season. Trying to gain any positions he can from where he started. And the battle for the lead he had at New Jersey Motorsports Park was sure intense. And here come the battle for the podium once again here. Max Taylor maintaining himself and doing anything he can to make sure of that. And the white flag is out. One more lap to go. Lucas Zabo still in the lead with a very, very dominating performance and was able to get under Frank Iadvaya on lap number 3. Here come the leaders. A very, very interesting race. And Lucas Zabo will win the Formula Junior Final, followed by Frank Iadvaya and Max Taylor rounding out the podium. Gavin Ivey finishing in P4, and Daniel Binder able to get into the top 5. And Liam Kerper able to get in 7th. Christian Ruddy in P6. John Wade in P8. Zane Zaidi in P9. Lashwin Christie in P7. Tom Englom in P11. Theo Corelli in P12, Miles Zanoff on P11, and Logan Hickman finishing in P number 14. And Lars Wilson, unfortunately, DNFs from that one, but very, very good race. Lucas Zabo put on a very dominating performance, is able to capitalize on his speed. So coming up next,
76 and number 33.
coming up next, we have our Formula Shifter pre-final, and we are definitely a few minutes behind schedule now. So definitely want to be out on the grid about halfway through each race so we can keep it moving.
Ask that kid if he's going to need a recovery.
But stay tuned. Live racing action here from Pitt International Racing Complex, and we are blessed that the driver in the cadet race is okay. Looks like a broken collarbone.
That's a little bit of a pain, but we might be quicker that way. I'm sure we can work something out. He's probably made it to the country in 3.
One thing is for sure,
Are we clear for recovery?
and that is motor racing is a very dangerous sport, and anything like that happens is a reminder of how much of a privilege it is to be able to get out there and run and have fun
Don't kill yourself yet.
and race and run off, as motor racing is a sport that the second you stop pushing is the second that you start to lose. So very, very beautiful sport, but we're all here today. Very blessed to be here. And we're going to move into our next pre-final, Formula Shifter. Getting ready to go on the grid here. This will be the first grid start. First batch of grid starts going here, so it's going to be very important to not go before the lights and for everybody to make sure they see the lights as we get this going here. Stay tuned to Pitt International Race Complex as we have live coverage here from the Gear Up F Series. It's a really exciting racing coming up over the next few hours. Definitely stick around. And it's pretty cool that we get to watch a bunch of cars drift. And absolutely go crazy over there on that drifting circuit. That's definitely a nice addition to have here at this beautiful racing facility. But bringing in the last few parts from the track, and we're going to get Formula Shifter underway. Hang in there.
Oh my God, I think we might have this here. We'll be done very shortly. You can stop those guys. Is there any other pickup? Thanks a lot, Rick. Hey, Michelle. I want to be clear about the shifters. They do a lap.
Go ahead, Andy.
Once. Do a lap. 479.
What was to become the most dreaded costume on the face of the earth. The last thing to fit was the mask? Would it conform to my twisted features in comfort?
He cleans his metal mask with gasoline. They after him last seen pulling chick like a fiend, pull a fast one. Can't put shit past him. Got niggas on his own team mad enough to blast him. Retarded in real life on the mic, Rain Man. Stand close to his main man like a chain gang. Who give a fuck about who or they fancy crew? That's no mystery. Like Hardy Boys do with Nancy Drew. Sorta with her drawers down quarter. The ex-daughter brings slaughter like, well, I order. I suggest you hand over the formula doula. A villain in your land, in his land, a ruler. Hard hitting like Puffin' the Wooler with Lieutenant Uhura. Every day feel like it's an off day with Ferris Bueller. Brother pull heat to prove they not sweet. No matter how you spell it, they still got beats. So check the
question how we live, question what we give, take it to the next, leave them where they can't see me. Still they judge, but they be butt ass. Twist that wig like a Muppet. Keep it simple, can't trust it. Lights the fuel, mic is the tool. Drink Jack, kick back, drop jewel. Finish what I start, mastered the art. Live in hell, can't explain it, inhale, confuse it more. Cop the 4-4, contemplate, meditate. Dictate, I direct my direct fate. Coming of late, curious. Can I say shit? Do it for Kato Rock, do it for K-Nit.
R.I.P.
K-N-I-T, sub-R-O-C.
Eternally for M.I.C.
Only we save we.
Yeah. Send y'all ready to public. Oh, y'all poor motherfuckers get school slam on sight. By candlelight, my hand to write these rhymes till I'm burnt out. Mostly from experience, shit that I learned about. Topics and views generally concerned about. With different ways to come up and earn clout. I take a look at my life and pace the trails. From top bleak and savage females with fake nails to face veils. You out your frame but still bagging them too. You know I know, these hoes be asking me from you. Like my twin brother, we did everything together. From 100 cots and lots to copping butter leathers. Remember when you went and got the dark blue Bally's? I had all the different color Kazals and Kazalis. The sub-rock 3-finger ring with the ruby and the O-Ock. Truly the illest dynamic duo on the whole block. I keep a flick of you with the machete sword in your hand. Everything is going according to plan, man.
And now I seek revenge on the one who forced me to hide behind this mask. Don't move, you fools. Within my gauntlet is concealed a most effective weapon. Why are you smiling?
You see?
Now!
That's the end of doom. I only wish we could be certain of that, Commissioner.
Oh, yeah? I'll bet you we won't see him again until Doomsday. Get it? Doom. Doomsday.
Yeah, we get it. Oh, brother.
Follow the light. The light is your guide. I'm controller of Planet X.
3-3.
And I've invited you here to discuss something that's very important.
King Ghidorah, take me to your leader. Quick to claim that he not no snake like me neither. They need to take a breather. He been rhyming longer than Sigmund the Sea Creature. Been on Saturday feature. Pleased to meet ya. And came to wake you up out the deep sleeper. Like he needed to stop before he caught the knee drop. Even give you more sit than ZZ Top. With full bears thou shalt not more corner. Ghidra like one more steps in y'all's corners. So-called rich front if you wanna. When he spit electrics, don't be in y'all saunas. He only here to warn us what the plan is.
All right, ready to get the Formula Shifter pre-final underway as they get on the grid and get ready to go here. Formula Shifter is the one of the few classes that start from the grid here, and very, very tough class to tame as these drivers have to basically drive full-blown race cars, all put into a little cart as the drivers get ready on the grid and get ready to get underway here. All right, Formula Shifter on the grid, getting ready to go here. flag. 5 single red lights and getting ready to go. 5 single red lights. And there they go. Then, oh, and there's a crash on the start. Oh, and there's a crash. A crash on the start between the 591 and 765, and Nathan Nicholson still in the lead, followed by Marco Oldhaffer. Marco Oldhaffer all over the rear bumper of him coming out of turn number 3. Very, very crazy start. And Nathan Nicholson holding the lead here. Very, very, very crazy start, as now the 591 is stopped, and we're going to have yellow flags on the front straightaway. That is what you call a start. We're going to have Nathan Nicholson, followed by Marco Oldhaffer, Matt Machiko, Wake Forest, and Lucas Katana rounding out the top 5. Yeah, any grid start can be very, very hectic. As that was definitely from a few drivers changing direction way too quickly. That caused a few people to get collided together. And here comes the leader, trying to go for the double header sweep this weekend. Well, Marco Oldhaffer and Matt Machiko in a very close battle. Oh, and he crashed! And he goes under him in turn number 1, and Marco Oldhaffer gets taken out. That is not good for Marco Oldhaffer as he tries to get back out on the track and tries to get his kart going again. As we got 4 karts in that mid-pack battle. Gonna have to look at that replay, but wow, looks like Matt Machiko was under Marco Oldhaffer, and then it caused an accident. But Marco is able to get underway again. And seeming turn 1, people try to use to pass, but it is a very dangerous place to pass. As we can see, this little 4-kart group we have battling it out here. right now, Nathan Nicholson's still in the lead, and Blake Horth was able to make his way all the way up to P2 as Matt Machiko fell all the way back to P number 4 after that incident with Marco. Marco falls back to P11. Approach 9 laps remaining here. It's a very, very close battle going on for P6 and P5. Barry Primus and Kevin Primus going at it. And both their carts, them two are very, very close together right now. But Brad Danoff going to try to break that up as they're all battling for P number 5. And then another battle going on is this three-way battle going on for P number 8. Marco Oldhaver's caught back up and trying to work on his comeback after that incident in turn number 1.
Yes, number 4, 5, 6, I will let Scales know about 5, 0, 1.
And Brad Danoff taking a look to the inside on Primus, not going to be able to quite make it stick. Trying to go for the undercut there, and try to get that momentum onto the front straightaway. Eight laps remaining here in the Formula Shifter pre-final. Nathan Nicholson still in the lead. Kevin Primus and Barry Primus currently battling for P5, and Brad Danoff close P7. The two Primuses going at it in their Tony Kart shifter carts. Very, very good to see them two going at it and having a very, very fierce battle. We are now halfway through this race. Very fast this weekend, and he's one of the home track drivers here at Pitt International Race Complex. It's been very, very tough to beat, but he will be here again in the Shifter KZ class. But right now, Formula Tag's pre-final is coming up next, so if you're in the Formula Tag class, please start making your way to the grid. And Matt Machiko has made his way back up to P3. May or may not be a penalty pending, but we will see. But Brad Danoff all over the rear bumper of Kevin Primus once again. And Marco Oldhaver has made his way back up to P number 8. As he tries to climb back from the incident. 5 laps remaining in the Formula Shifter race. Formula Tag coming up next, and Nathan Nicholson in the lead. White flag, only one more lap to go. Nathan Nicholson in the lead. But Barry Primus and Kevin Primus going at it for the shifter Ironman lead. And Nathan Nicholson will win the Formula Shifter class, followed by Blake Korth and Matt DeChico. So the Ironman race still has a few corners left to go. And Barry Primus will edge out his teammate Kevin Primus to take the Ironman victory. And Brad Danoff rounds out the podium. And Marco Oldhaffer works his way back up to P8 overall. And Efren Castro finishing P9. Michael Ganese finishing P number 11. And that is your Formula Shifter and Ironman pre-final for round number 2. Very impressive drive from the hometown driver, Nathan Nicholson.
Number 57 and number 27.
Okay, thank you.
But coming up next, we have the Formula Tag pre-final. Very stacked field, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see. They were very, very close, and some drivers yesterday trying to work their way up and get some solid points for the championship. All right, about to get the Formula Tag race going here. Formula Tag ready to get underway. Let's bring the action. All the drivers approaching the grid with a rolling start. Got to stay under 25 miles an hour to make sure we can get this start clean. Round number 2 of the Gear Up F Series Formula Tag class. Green, green, green. The number 1 car gets a great start on the inside. Ryan Raffa very close behind, and they're able to single file out clean. So double file out in the back of the pack. And Thomas Annunziata gets an excellent start, and Ryan Raffa all over his rear bumper. And Justin White gets shuffled back to P number 4. Jake Hello looking very, very, very dicey there as he's fighting very hard in P number 3, trying to see what he can do with Ryan Raffa and Thomas Annunziata up front. Oh, and there's a crash. That's about 4 carts involved, and that is going into the back section of sector number 3. And here are the leaders. Justin White looking to the inside of Jake Hedlund, with Thomas Annunziata leading the field. But Ryan Raffa very close behind. Oh, and he gets loose, and Ryan Raffa takes the lead. Ryan Raffa now in the lead of this motor race, and they're still fighting very hard, and there's contact. Now Justin White and Jake very side by side, and Jake is able to maintain P3. There's 4 carts in the battle for the lead and another 5 carts in the mid pack. There's 2 off. Still on the exit of turn number 10. And here come the leaders. It's a 4-way battle for the lead. Ryan Raffa in the lead. But he's looking to the inside. He's able to get it back into turn 1. Thomas Annunziata able to make another move. And Justin White's able to get around. But Ryan Raffa going to try to set up the overcut. We are going to have a good race, folks. And they're side by side. But he closes the door. This is exciting as it's been all day, folks, and we are live on YouTube. So please share this with your friends and family and show them the action that's going on here at Pitt International Race Complex this weekend. This one's going to come all the way down to the wire, folks, as Thomas Annunziata has been very, very good, but Justin White has been trying to push hard, and now Justin White has now made his way into P number 2 and has Thomas in his sights. Now Julian Peacock setting the fastest lap of the race in P number 5, and he has now joined the party up front. Very dicey racing at the beginning there. And now Valentin Andrew unfortunately has to retire from the race. Very close battle in the Formula Tag pre-final today. Tire degradation will be a very slight factor, but not very much, as they all look even up at the front. So it's going to be really about racecraft and who can play mind games on the other. Ryan Raffa all over the rear bumper of Justin White. Julian Peacock now in his battle, and Thomas Annunziata reclaims the fastest lap. So Thomas definitely on pace to be the class of this field today, but will be a fight all the way to the end as we race 10 laps remaining here in the Formula Tag race. Very, very close battle up front still. As Justin White is now set the fastest lap of the race. Justin White right there in that comp cart is starting to look really, really quick and looking like he's having some very, very good luck in maintaining P number 2. And they're starting to break away from P4 and P5. Thomas Annunziata is going to have to be pretty much perfect if he's going to want to have to win this pre-final. We have one more pre-final after this one in the KZ class, and that is looking to be very, very good. Leaders coming up to the front. Very close battle up front. Very, very good to see. And Justin White getting ever so close now. He's going to really have to get within a car length or two to see if he can use turn number 2 and 3 as the over-under. As we can see in the mid-pack here. And that's the battle for P10. Battle for the top 10 going on there. And those sections there, turns number 2 and 3, have been the over-under zones all weekend. Have been a very good place to pass. And some people, if you have the grit, you can try to make something happen in turn number 1. But here come the leaders once again. Now racing 7 laps to go. We are halfway through the Formula Tag final. Very, very good racing here at Pittsburgh International Racing Complex. Thank you for joining us. Getting very, very dicey in the mid-pack, too. As looks like there's about 3 or 4 distinct battles going on throughout the racetrack. The leaders come to the front straightaway once again. Ryan Raffa hanging with Justin White and Thomas here, as they've been oh so close to each other. Justin White definitely doing anything he can to really try to be in his sights, but is looking very good right now. These two are neck and neck. Things still getting dicey in the mid-pack. That's Andrew Mario trying to defend Marciano, and Justin White gets the fastest lap of the race, and he is the fastest lap on the racetrack, and he is in P number 2. Here we go, Justin White trying to get the momentum onto the front straightaway. Going to be racing 4 laps to go next time by, and holy hell, man. It is definitely getting very, very dicey up at the front, and this battle is going all the way down to the wire. Mix of X30s and Rotax engines in this class, and a very wide variety of different chassis used by these drivers and teams, and these teams really have to do so much work to make sure that they can find an advantage and also stay within the technical regulations of the F-Series. But the battle for the lead at the front still going very, very strong. This is the closest Justin's been in a few laps. Can he try to get it? And and maybe sometimes we could see that snake effect taking hold.
So there is a Hey Don, the ticket that I gave you, rip it up. I need to bring you a new one.
Here he comes. Justin White is closer and closer every single lap. Is there anything that he can do to give Thomas Annunziata a run for his money for the win of this race? Very close behind, really trying to utilize any part of the track he can use to try to gain an advantage. It is very hard as these X30 engines are tuned to a spec to make sure that everybody has fair competition. We got a four-way battle going on here towards the back of the pack. That's still the battle for P10 and great. Donna has been able to catch up and now get into the top 10, but Justin White still looking very close at the front here. We only have a few more laps remaining here in the Formula Tag pre-final. Then our last pre-final of the day, and the Shifter KZs are going to be coming up next. But Justin White and Thomas Annunziata have been almost identical on pace, as this is really good to see, and Ryan Raffa has been hanging with them. And Ryan Raffa now has the fastest lap of the race. 6.57. And this next class here is the class that's hitting the lap records, as congratulations to Andy Rula. She was able to get a 51.8 and break the track record of a 51.9. The leader is going to get the white flag, this time by Justin White, trying to do anything he can do on this final lap, trying to close in onto turn number 2. Looking good. He just has to hit his mark and have a perfect last lap, and Thomas Annunziata will be able to bring this one home. Very impressive run from him, but still some undecided battles going on towards the back of the pack as we approach the last lap of racing. Our leader is going to be coming through the last sector right now. Oh, we're side by side for P10. Mark Donato trying to get back at him, and he bumps and is not able to make that happen. And here come our leaders. Thomas Annunziata, after holding Justin White, coming to the line, will win the Formula Tag pre-final, followed by Justin White, Ryan Raffa, and Thomas will get the fastest lap on the final lap to establish his dominance as Thomas Annunziata coming out on top. What a race in the Formula Tag pre-final. We had plenty more action to go in the finals, but we still got the Shifter KZs ready to get going. We're going to get their engines fired up in just a second, but stay tuned. And if you want to catch any of the racing action, be sure to hit the link in the bio on the Instagram page. And be sure to tag us in any of your posts, as we are having a fantastic time here at Pitt International Race Complex this weekend for round number 2 of the Gear Up F Series. Stay tuned for the Shifter KZ class, and then we'll get our finals going for the day. So for anyone tuned into the YouTube stream, thank you for tuning in to our track cam and our live commentary for round 2 of the Gear Up F Series. It has been a very eventful day here. Just to recap, earlier on, we started with our Formula 125 pre-final, and that was a very close battle, but wound up turning out to be a blowout as Frank Runco started to really gain some time on Nunez in the last few laps. And then onto the cadet pre-final. The cadet pre-final was very eventful. Ben Hernandez was able to get away very well at the beginning, but then a very scary incident happening in turn number 3 there, which is right there where that cart is being pushed. There was a freak accident where a cart flipped, and the kid, who was 9 years old, unfortunately suffered a broken collarbone. He is at the hospital getting cast, whatever he needs to right now. But that was a very scary incident, and that was a very excruciating accident, as he was battling and they were side by side, but then as they clipped the apex, he just flipped right over and landed on his head first. Thankfully, a broken collarbone is all he experienced, as it could always be very much worse, but we were very blessed for that. Formula Shifter was a very good race. Some interesting things happening, and a penalty being ensued from some contact. And then Nathan Nicholson came out on top, and then you just watched the Formula Tag pre-final, which was a race all the way to the end, and Thomas Annunziata was able to hold off Justin White and Ryan Raffa, who were all over his rear bumper all race long. But Thomas Annunziata doing very, very good in the Kart Republic X30 machine, and he is from New Jersey. Stay tuned. The KZs are coming up. Annie Rule will be starting on pole for that. Number 147 Magic Kart team being represented very strong this weekend. And stay tuned to the Gear Up F Series.
Stealing baby stuff home for self, and he didn't have to pull the Mac 20 off the shelf and get loose if a brother can't take no more. Loose if a brother can't swing it. Loose if a brother can't break once more. Loose if a brother. In maternity, smoky sore stuff, raw stuff, make it drop your jaw stuff. Hospitals get sorta wild. Saw some babies shaking, awaken if they were fortunate. His soul was scorching, it would have him thinking of his child. Later there would be no honey, I'm home. Strictly woman, if you jeopardize my seed, dead up, I'll leave you wetter. On the block, a flock of zombies entranced by the peddlers of temporary ghetto heaven had him fed up. His job was getting hard to fuck with, they had even had him stuck with the disposing of the stillborn. Poisoned by the nourishment, the ill-torn soul from flesh, from the womb to tomb. Seeing shit like that'll have you crazy. That night he had a dream and it was a child nursing upon the semen of the glass genitalia. Clouded nut after clouded nut, he woke and shouted, what the fuck is going on? Smokey was Swayze, it's time to get loose if a brother can't take no more. Loose if a brother can't swing. Loose if a brother can't break once more. Loose if a brother. He figured there was only one way as he rushed the runway, looking wild deranged. This was common without any qualm inside. He was taken looking at fiends of the pebble adored praise. Devil for Lord raised from the crystallized tombs through fumes from the floor blazed the soul sacrificial altar. He chose not to halt the worship, dealing that ultimate head rush. The lead crushed bio or cellar decorating hella flame with the choir of the firearms to blame. In the morning, by the time the smoke cleared, everybody seen the massacre. The local folk cheered, oh thank the Lord Almighty. The pharmacy was out of business on the Ella chubby widow cries alone because a man had gotten loose. If a brother can't take no more. Loose if a brother can't swing it. Loose if a brother can't break once more. Loose if a brother. Loose if a brother can't take no more. Loose if a brother can't swing it. Loose if a brother can't break once more. Loose if a brother.
All right, ready to get underway here for the Formula KZ Shifter pre-final here. Annie Rule going to be starting from the pole after getting the new track record by a little bit, less than 1/10 of a second. Getting ready to get going here for the KZ Shifter pre-final. Being shown 5 single red lights. And looks like we got a false start there. And we're going to do one more lap and redo the grid one more time. One more go around for the shifters as they try to get this grid start right here. And here they go, they line up again. Alex Manglass and Annie Rule leading the field at the front. Annie Rule on the inside, they're being shown the flag once again. And they're going to try this again here. Annie Rule finished P2 yesterday and going to try. Here we go again. Being shown the flag. 5 single red lights, getting ready to get going. And another false start. Looks like there could have been some stallers at the line, but they're going to just keep going here. They're not going to go around the entire track. They're just going to go in that area right there.
So now we're doing 14 laps instead of 15.
So now this pre-final has been deducted to 14 laps as it gets a few stalls, has halted this back. And here we go, we're gonna try this again. Everybody all lined up, ready to roll here. Gonna see if we can get it going this time. 5 single red lights. On the grid here, ready to bring the action in the KZ Shifter class. 5 single red lights, and they're off. Alex Manglass gets an excellent start to the outside, is able to take Annie Rule in turn number 1. And Annie Rule fights back, coming right out of turn 2. But Alex Manglass had an excellent start right off the line. And Jason Henrique following in P3. Number 72, Tony Card had a little bit of an issue right off the grid there. But now we are underway. Alex Manglass in the lead. Started that right on the dot there like you could see in the future. That was a really, really good start, but them two were only separated by 1/10 in the qualifying session, so this race will go all the way down to the wire. Here they come onto the front straightaway. Alex Manglass, Annie Rule, Jason Henry, Nathan Nicholson, Christian Oldhammer now up in the top 5. Going to be a very, very close battle all the way to the end here in the KZ Shifter class. And this is just round 1 for the day, or round 2 in the championship. But Annie Rule all over the beer bumper.
Are you here to see me, or are you here to just hang out?
Just that one.
Thank God. I'm like, damn, 3, no way, dude.
Here we go. All these drivers going to be neck and neck as this class features the KZ engine package. But Annie Rule going to really fight and see what she can make happen to try to take the lead. Battle for P3 is between Nathan Nicholson and Jason Enrique, and Alex Manglass currently the pace of the field right now. And Christian Oldhaffer has gotten up into P number 5 after starting 6th. Nathan Nicholson is the winner of the Formula Shifter class, also running in this KZ class. Running a very solid P3, but Jason Henry very, very close behind. She's closest as she's ever been. And they're starting to make contact side by side for the lead going into turn number 2. And she walks, and she goes up the inside. Annie Rule, the new race leader. And Alex Manglass going to try to go for the undercut, not going to be able to do it. Annie Rule able to take the lead. Annie Rule took the lead that last lap in a really good move going into turn number 2. She's been really, really good at diving in them corners. And she is mighty quick up front there. As she is actually the current track record holder after today. And also running the fastest lap of the race, getting in a 52.0. Never over until it's over. Got a battle for the lead and a battle for third heating up here. Here they come, Alex Manglass trying to see what she can do and see if he can get back on Annie Rule. Here's Jason Henrique looking on Nathan Nicholson, the hometown driver, see if he can make anything happen as they go into turn number 3. Annie Rule made an excellent pass going into the inside, and Alex Manglass was not able to make the undercut. And Jason Henry looking awful close, trying to get onto that final podium spot, while Annie Rule continuing to pull away over Alex Manglass. We have a few other battles going on the racetrack here. And Annie Rule really beginning to pull a serious gap on Alex Manglass up front. As Nathan Nicholson continues battling. Formula 125 going to get the first round of finals going after this race. battle for P3 still going very strong. Devin Ivey and Brian Chatfield racing for P number 8.
If we ever come back here, if you're still here, there will not be a party.
About to get Formula 125 underway here. They're getting ready for a rolling start. All right, time for the Formula 125 start. Start of our finals for round 2 of the Gear Up F Series. He's waiting. Green. The number 599 on the inside, but the 407 cuts him off, is able to take the lead. Ricardo Nunez able to get ahead of Frank Runco. At the start of the race, really good move, and was going to have to do that then if he wants a chance at beating Frank in the final today. It has all come down to this, folks. Ricardo Nunez, really good start from the outside, and was able to cut him off going into turn number 1. Now Frank Runco getting some pressure from behind from Daweed. And here come the leaders. Frank all over the rear bumper. Ricardo Nunez is a little bit faster, but we will definitely be seeing a close race for sure. Ricardo Nunez in the lead. Got to defend into turn number 2. Five carts really close up front. Daweed also in P number 3 and Kim Carpilati in P number 4. Frank Runco is a defending champion and he won yesterday. So Ricardo Nunez trying to end that streak and give him a run for his money, but them two are going at it very closely. And Frank is all over the rear bumper, and he's taking a look, giving him a little bump, but not going to go for the pass just yet. The racing action definitely amping up today for sure. And Frank takes a look to the inside, not quite going to be able to make it stick just yet. Frank all over the rear bumper of Ricardo Nunez. Ricardo Nunez has been very good on the starts, but has not been able to keep Frank behind him, but definitely does have enough pace to try to use some defense to try to hold him back. Ricardo Nunez has his hands full right now, as Frank Runco is going to be very quick and very hard to beat. But Ricardo Nunez doing an excellent job keeping it behind him. Ricardo Nunez still in the lead, but has 16 laps to try to keep him behind him, and that will not be an easy feat whatsoever. But Frank Runco running very strong. Frank Runco all over the rear bumper. But looking like if he's going to make a pass, he's going to have to be going into turn 2 or 3 or coming out of turn number 5. As trying to pass in turn number 1 in some of these faster karts is very difficult. Everybody in this class using the Rock GP engine, so that is why they are so close on the straightaway. But Frank Runco really, really close now. Can he make something happen in the turn number 1? And Ricardo Nunez seems to take that turn very, very well every lap. There's a battle for P1 and a battle for P3.
Attention track workers. Someone lost their transponder while they were out on the track.
Frank Runco not making Ricardo Nunez's weekend any easier right now, as we still have 13 laps remaining in this Formula 125cc final. Now a three-way battle for the podium.
Andy or Dana? Who is the person that lost their transponder? Does it belong to us or them?
It belongs to the driver.
What class?
And it's Formula Tech 351 is the number.
I just like to know.
Frank Runco was able to get around Ricardo Nunez in a pass in Sector 3. Not too many passes have been made there this weekend, but now that he's around him, looks like there shouldn't be no turning back for Frank Runco.
He can get one from us. Just let him let the registration.
Okay, that's what I want to do for the time being until we find that transponder.
Our Formula Cadet final will be coming up next, so if you're in the Formula Cadet class, please make your way to the pit lane. Formula Cadet. Frank Runco starting to make a nice little gap out front. But the battle for third place between Dalby Calkin, Carpatelli, and Scott Carpatelli going very, very strong. Really awesome to see people with the same last names running very, very close to each other, showing that racing is not only just a community, but a family as well. And now that we're starting our finals, if you have your rented a transponder, please bring it back when you finish your final. I repeat, if you have a transponder and you finish your final, please report it back to where you got it so we can get out of here today. Battle for P number 3 still going very, very strong. Scott Carpatelli was able to get around as Dalweed got boxed out, and the Carpatellis worked together to be able to get around him. And we have just hit the halfway mark of this motor race. Very close racing in the Formula 125 class today. Ricardo Nunez got a great start, but Frank Runco just started to run him down and was able to get around him in Sector 3 and starting to run away a little bit as we have 9 laps remaining. And Ricardo Nunez is out with a problem. Looks like an air box that could have came off of some sort, but we'll get a DNF for that, unfortunately. But very, very hard-fought race from Ricardo Nunez. And a very, very good start and a very, very good fight put up for him, so kudos to him. And that's racing. You can work so hard, but if things don't go perfectly, you do not get the results. Now, blue flags being shown now, as Frank comes around to lap the back of the pack. Again, the Formula Cadet is going to be coming up next. So I have plenty of racing action left today. Still have 2 shifter finals. I wanted to get a wireless camera like out there, but I was never able to. So like, it's funny. This is the same thing that I use for like guitar. And I just like. How many laps? 4 laps to go. You know what I am going to do though? Can you get reservations online to get races? For
like, can you reserve online?
Yeah. Okay, hold on. I'm doing it right now because this race is spread out as hell, so. Pit race. Do you guys have leagues tonight? Do you guys have leagues tonight, or is it just arrive and drive?
Look at this car my friend got.
Yo, that's fucking tough. Is that a G37? Oh my god, them things are so sexy. I want one. Right. I guess I'll do the last one.
If your check-in time is 6:15, your race time is 6:45.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Oh, because we're actually a half hour behind schedule because of the crash. So sorry about that.
We'll just be here for another like half an hour after race.
Do I want 3? Do I really want to race for fucking half? Nah, not that long.
If you want to race 3 sessions, you're going to have to pick an earlier time.
Yeah, I'm gonna do 2. I'm just gonna do 2. All right, white flag is out. Unfortunately, had a DNF due to a failure, and coming up next will be our cadet final. Some very crucial points, and Ben Hernandez currently in the championship points lead and going to try to hold that into the next race. We're going to continue to move through our finals here as we're a little bit behind schedule. But Ricardo Nunez, he had this class only has 9 people, but Nunez, he had an airbox failure, Dolly, not forget, and then Samuel, he stalled out. Good shit, 5 that row. She's insane. Bro, like literally, he picked the beach and died. And the one goal was literally like, he couldn't even see it. Oh. Yeah, so it is for that kid Nate. Yeah. That kid Nate's ridiculous. Dude, and your brother got like destroyed. That was crazy. And Frank Runco will win the Formula 125 final and will carry his momentum from last year's championship through the doubleheader this weekend. He gets an excellent finish. Formula Cadet coming up next. And if you have a transponder, please start bringing them our way as you finish your session. If you have a transponder, please start finishing. As you finish up your session, bring them up. Thank you.
Excuse me. I have a piece of paper on the step. It's fine. So just because I'm bringing it to the grid. So thank you.
Next.
Andy, you got a copy? Andy, you have a copy?
Yo, so did he just like dive into the inside like the worst time?
They are legal.
They are 100% legal. I know I told them something else, but I heard that from competitive, and this time I heard it from the people in Rock Cup.
Dana, this is very important. Is Auntie there?
1 second. That's fine. Great. How we doing?
fixed?
Hold on.
Invalid account number.
Timing is ready.
Dude, it's literally my card.
Marco said that the copper piece on the rock GP is illegal. It's illegal.
Alright, thank you. It's coming out.
Invalid account number.
I didn't get the part. What part?
Copper part.
Good. Thank you.
He understood. What's the problem?
Okay, so
Everything's already on board downstairs.
yeah, but he didn't get to the on the board. So I 627.
No, he's not.
Alright, guys.
Oh, he's going to take it when I'm on
All right, time to get Formula Cadet underway here. If you're still tuned in to the YouTube live stream.
What's his name?
Ben Hernandez is going to try to seal the deal today, but Thomas Chrisman going to have a shot at it today.
That is clear, by the way. Look at that. Look at that. Wow.
Looks like he was there for a shot there.
Formula Cadet about to get underway. No, it's not. Getting ready to bring the action here as we get the cadet final underway for round 2 of the Gear Up F Series. Getting ready to go here. Green, green, green. Pettit gets a great start on the outside, but Ben Hernandez to the inside, and he gets boxed out. Now Thomas Chrisman up to P2. Ben Hernandez with a great start. Timed that right. Travis Pettit got up to P2, but got boxed out a little bit there. And Ben Hernandez in the lead, followed by Thomas Chrisman, Paul Hart, Travis Pettit, DMC, Max Wilder, Danilo Lee, Cole Wilson, Colton Brown, Sinceri is your top 10 in the Formula Cadet class. They have 17 laps remaining in their final for the day. Ben Hernandez in the lead, but Thomas Chrisman not going to let him walk away with this one today. Here comes Ben Hernandez. He's been so dominant this weekend. And after having a really tough day yesterday, it's great to see Thomas Chrisman bouncing back and trying to battle for the lead and trying to give Ben Hernandez a run for his money. Oh, and an over and under in the middle of the pack between Cole Wilson and Danilo Lee. And Travis Pettit up the inside. Great move on Paul Hart for P number 3. Coming up next is Formula Junior. So if you're in the Formula Junior class, you can start making your way to the pit lane. A very, very close battle for 3rd through 6th right there. And Cole Wilson up the inside of Fion Shi once again. Things getting dicey in the middle of the pack. Verde, Verde, Verde. Thomas Crispin starting to get all over the rear bumper of Ben Hernandez. Got real awful close to him. Going into turn number 1, he's going to try to send it into turn number 3. Thomas Crispin now all over the rear bumper of Ben Hernandez for the lead. Really, really crazy battle going on for the lead here. Thomas Crispin all in his draft, and they're starting to bump on the straightaway. Looks like he might have a little bit of straight line speed. Taking a look to the inside in turn 1, not quite able to make it stick. Still got 13 laps remaining. These two also raced in the F-Series State Championship over in New Jersey. So they are very familiar rivals to each other, battling for the lead. And Cole Wilson now over the rear bumper of Maxwell Island for P5. Doesn't get better than this, folks. The cadet class has been all over the place, having lead changes all weekend. Had 6 or 7 lead changes yesterday. Thomas Crispin and Ben Hernandez bump drafting on the front straightaway and trying to force Ben into a mistake, but Thomas Crispin making him work for his money. As they go up the hill, Ben Hernandez holding his own, but the 4-cart pack in the middle, battling for P number 4, is very close, nose to tail. Here come the cadet leaders onto the front straightaway. Again, bump drafting, but more so Thomas Crispin's way of staying with him. 11 laps remaining here in the cadet final for the day. Ben Hernandez is the winner from round 1. He's the current points leader, but Thomas Chrisman all over his rear bumper. Not going to let him get away with this one easily. Formula Junior. And as we can see, that mid-car pack is still very dicey. Cole Wilson getting shuffled back a little bit, but has made his way up to the number 16. And they're battling really hard as they're side by side up the hill, and closes the door. Ben Hernandez starting to build a little bit of a gap lap by lap, but Thomas Chrisman definitely not having it. But we are at the halfway mark of this race now. Even if these guys seem really close, the speed differential is definitely there for sure. Cole Wilson trying to go for the undercut on Paul. To being right behind Ben Hernandez, but has not been able to quite get around him yet. Gonna try to go for the undercut. This time by, only going to be 6 laps to go in the Formula Cadet final for round 2. But the leaders neck and neck going onto the front straightaway. Thomas Chrisman going to do anything he can to get around him. They are nose to tail and practically identical in lap time. Ben Hernandez slightly quicker. But Thomas Chrisman hanging in there strong for Full Tilt Racing. And Travis Pettit leading the battle for P number 3 as they've approached lap traffic. Thomas Christman has been awful close this whole race, but just hasn't been able to get in front of him. As Ben Hernandez is very fast, and they're side by side for the lead, going onto the front straightaway. Will Thomas Christman go for it in turn one? Yes, he will. Thomas Christman into the lead of this motor race with only 5 laps to go. JJ O'Neill and Travis Pettit going at it. Travis Pettit has now made his way up into the podium positions. Really, really good racing here, and these drivers not giving up and pushing all the way to the end. Ben Hernandez all over the rear bumper of Thomas Christman now. Not going to let him get away with this one easy. Thomas Christman's going to really have to play some defense if he's going to want to bring this one home. Unbelievable how much drama has been in the Formula Cadet this weekend. And even now starting to pull. And here they come. They're side by side for the lead once again. Ben Hernandez is going to push up the inside, and Thomas Christman is going to try to close it, but they're side by side for the lead going into turn number 2. And Travis Pettit all over the rear bumper of JJ O'Neill. Thomas Christman hanging in there. This has been a really, really exciting motor race. Today's cadet final going to come down to the final lap as Ben Hernandez with Compkart and Thomas Christman have been battling it out. Leaders now approaching lap traffic as they approach it soon. How will that affect the battle for the lead? Side by side for third. Travis Pettit looking up the inside. JJ closes the door. And now the leaders are approaching lap traffic. They're going to have to try to get... Oh, and there's lap traffic, and they're side by side for the lead. And it's definitely throwing a wrench in the mix. And the lap traffic isn't letting him get around. Lap traffic playing a big factor in his battle for the lead as Thomas Christman trying to get around him. Thomas Christman will get around it, but Ben Hernandez. Still one more lap car for these two to get around. Thomas Christman in the lead as they are able to get around the lap traffic. 2 laps to go, this time by Thomas Christman in the lead for Full Tilt Racing. And JJ O'Neill and Travis Pettit looking up the inside. And he goes for it. Travis Pettit up into the podium position for Solo Kart. What a battle going on here in this Formula Cadet race. Wow. Leader's going to be getting the white flag next time by. Only one more chance, and Ben Hernandez gets around him. And oh, there's a crash. There's a crash at turn number 6, and they're stopped on the outside. But Ben Hernandez was able to get around Thomas Christman with 2 laps to go. White flag, 1 more lap to go. Thomas Christman only has 1 chance to get around him, and he gives him a little love tap into turn 1. Will he be able to make something happen? And JJ O'Neill looking up the inside for the podium, and he's going to make it happen. Thomas Christman all over the rear bumper for the lead of Ben Hernandez. Really unbelievable stuff here as we race the final lap. Yellow flags in sector 3. Ben Hernandez was able to get under him in the last sector, but they're side by side for the lead on the final lap. Trying to see if he can get an undercut into turn number 8. And as they approach turns number 9 and 10, who can get in front? Lap traffic still. He's got to get around the lap traffic. Leaders coming to the last few corners. Thomas Crispin going to try to get under him. They're going to be side by side for the lead. Coming to the line. And Ben Hernandez will win the Formula Cadet final and will retain his championship lead. The podium sitters coming to the line now. Side by side. JJ O'Neill will just be able to get on the podium. Really, really exciting stuff in the Formula Cadet race. Formula Shifter is going to be coming up next. Ben Hernandez, your winner, and will retain the championship lead coming out of round number 2. This thing is so annoying. Alright, I need to... Green, green, green. 4 wide going into turn number 1. And he gets a run on the outside. Really, really good run here in the Formula Shifter final.
Zabo screwed me up because he said shifter and then I went to go to shifter.
Yeah. In the lead after winning yesterday. Lucas Zabo, who's been looking to win all weekend, is running in a close P2, and he moved up the inside and into the lead. Lucas Zabo in the lead, and Frank goes for the undercut side by side into turn number 3. And he gets cut off, and that will open the door for Gavin Ivey to now get into P number 2. Really, really dicey moves. Lucas Zabo in the lead after a very, very dicey move into turn number 2.
Because when you said shifter, even though I corrected you, I went on here and I put the shifters up so when the guys came across, they were picked up.
Lucas Zabo in the lead, starting to make a nice little gap for himself, but the battle for P2 going strong. Frank Ibaia is now falling back after he got shuffled out after that pass into turn number 3. Frank Iavaya is able to get around Frank Ivy for P number 2, and they're going at it, and Gavin gives him another bump, as that's the battle for P2. Max Taylor has definitely had a very interesting weekend, but really battling hard with Christian Ruddy. Daniel Bender forces his way up into P number 6. Very aggressive move into turn 1, was able to make it stick cleanly. Field pretty spread out here after racing lap 12. Gonna have 8 laps to go next time by. Drivers getting the halfway mark now from the marshal. Throughout the weekend, the grip has definitely gone up as the lap times have gotten quicker and quicker. And so we're really looking forward to a really good Formula Shifter race, which is coming up next. They're all running in a little pack there, but all running pretty similar pace. Max Taylor makes a move up the inside. This class has been very, very sketchy with the way they dive bomb into turn 1 and make a pass, but have been able to make it clean and make it stick. Lucas Zavo has a dominant lead now. 5.6 seconds of the guy Vaya. Again, Abby running in P3. Daniel Binder has made his way up to the top 5. He's last year's cadet champion, moved up to juniors this year, and doing a fantastic job. And that's the battle for P number 12 between Tom Engbaum and Armin Major, excuse me. Very close to each other. As you can see with these longer final races towards the end, tire degradation does set in, but some of these tires are by far the best tires in karting, as they've been capable of breaking lap records and sticking to the track like a glove today. Oh, and then the 19's off. The 119 is off on the front stretch, trying to let the people lapping him by. His anxiety really getting into the rear of Liam Kerper as he's really roughing him up as they go up the hill. Really trying to make something happen. They're side by side. He's going to take a look to the inside, and he's going to make it work. A pass in sector 3. And that's going to be for P number 7. Lucas Zabo out in the lead, but the mid-pack looking very close so far still. Liam falls back all the way back to P9, trying to shuffle his way back into P7. We're going to have 2 laps to go. Lucas Zabo still with a very commanding lead. Formula Shifter coming up next. Lucas Zabo still with a commanding lead in the Formula Junior final. Past Frank Vaya in the first few corners, has not looked back since. And has been steadily gaining a half tenth to 8 tenths a lap since. And we're going to be grabbing the white flag next time by. Lord Wilson rounds out the top 10 in number 479 Comp Cart. The X30 engine, again, the engine featured in this class, which makes straight line speed oh so close. The leader is approaching lap traffic, but has plenty of time to take his time, and it's white flag. 1 more lap to go here in the Formula Junior final in round 2. We will see these guys again up in New York Race Complex at the end of July. Oh, and there's a cart stopped in turn number 1. Cart stopped on the exit of turn number 1. He's going to have to hold it until the end of the race. Lucas Zavo coming to the line, and he will win the Formula Junior final after being fastest in practice on Friday and having such a rough day yesterday and this morning, and will come out on top. Lucas Zavo, your winner, followed by Frank Ibai and Gavin Ivey, rounding out the podium, and Max Taylor and Daniel Binder rounding out the top 5. Formula Shifter coming up next. And after Formula Shifter, we will only have 2 more finals left in round 2 of the Europe F Series. Stay with us. And if you have any transponders and your final has ended, please start bringing it to the tent. If you have any transponders, please start bringing it to the tent. Thank you. Alright, if you're still tuned in here, about to get our Formula Shifter final coming up next. Nathan Nicholson won the pre-final earlier and looking to wrap it up for today and seal the deal as all the drivers get ready and lined up on the grid. You are currently listening to Damage Control by Charlotte DeWitt. Some background techno music to our grid start here in our karting championship, and you're here in Gear Up F Series. Drivers getting ready to get lined up on the grid and get ready to go. Drivers getting lined up and all ready to go on the shifter grid. Waiting on 5 single red lights. And here we go. And they're green, 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 green. The number 456 gets an excellent start and gets off the line very well. And Lucas Katana gets another also good start and is able to keep P2. P2 through 6 dicing up into turn number 2, and they're diving in. They're 3 wide. Nathan Nicholson in the lead after a really, really good start. Nothing like 12 shifters roaring past the grid as we get our Formula Shifter final underway. As Nathan Nicholson, followed by Barry Primus, Lucas Catania, Kevin Primus, Marco Oldhaffer, Matt Machiko rounding out the top 6. And Marco Oldhaffer with a dive bomb into turn number 2 and an excellent pass to put his way into the top 5. Now Barry Primus from the Ironman class is able to get up to P number 2 and really get a good start there and put some buffer between him and his teammate Kevin Primus, and Marco Oldhaffer up to P5 after having to start P8 and going to try to fight his way back to the front. Nathan Nicholson definitely going pretty quick here, but Barry Primus in the shifter Ironman class doing really good keeping up with him, and definitely not going to be afraid to try to go for the overall lead.
Who is it?
It's the guy from Pittsburgh.
Yes. You gotta wait. You don't have to wait a second. I got him cleared out 14th. And he's running second. He cleared out 14th. So 431, he's running second on the track. Let me refresh it. That happened the last time too. Maybe he's a lap behind or something? No, he's no lap behind. Blake is second? Blake's second. He's not out there with half. Did he glitch a lap or something? We'll figure it out. We'll do our best.
13 laps remaining here in the Formula Shifter Final. And Marco Oldhapper is able to come back all the way from P8 to P2 after fighting his way through the field and doing an excellent job as he's manhandling these shifters. Halfway through the race here. Lucas Catania coming onto the front straightaway. And Kevin Primus very, very close behind. Going to see if he can try to get a run out of turn number one and maybe try to use some short shifting to get on the power a little quicker. Taking a look, but not quite going to be able to make it stick. Whoa. See, now it's starting to go out. Damn. It goes off every like 2 minutes now, so I try to save it for the vital moments now. I've seen a couple batteries. It goes through batteries quick. Lucas Catania gets around Kevin Primus, is now starting to make up some ground. Very, very close battle for P number 4. Three laps remaining in the Formula Shifter final. Marco Oldehaffer following very close behind Blake Korth as he's running quicker than him at the current moment, and currently 3 seconds back, trying to see if he can and the leader gets 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go for Nathan Nicholson to bring home the Formula Shifter win at his home track this weekend. Would be really good to see. And now Marco Oldehaffer only 2.4 seconds back from P2. Would have to put in some monster laps to be able to catch up to him before the end of this race.
chest. Always got the orange hairs when it's time to bless. I guess that's why I'm always on a higher plane to gain past the wealth and fame. My niggas always pushing on mental rides. A straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. My niggas always pushing on mental rides. A straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. My niggas always pushing on mental rides. A straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. A straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. Manifest, I be catching the vibe. My niggas always pushing on mental rides. Straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. Hey yo, I keep it butter while your artificial flavor. Even though I'm independent and your label is a major. The watered down status sound like you Johnny Mathis. Only one album and already your path is the wrong one. While I be on the strong one. You'll be in for a long one. I hit the wrong one. Time, catch your vibe while you can't cuss. You keep it phony like Kevin Mahoney. Strikes champs, I be strictly trying to blow out your amp on the buzz vibe. The ill loop bigger land. My niggas always pushing on mental rides. I straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. Yo, I straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. I straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. My niggas always pushing on mental rides. I straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. Straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. Manifest, I be catching the vibe. My niggas always pushing on mental rides. I straight manifest, I be catching the vibe. 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 I be catching the vibe.
Formula tag ready to get started here. This has been a really big class this weekend and very close battles. Thomas Eniziata going to be leading the field to the green once again. Here we go. Waiting. Green. Thomas Eniziata gets a good start to the inside. And the 305 of Julius Peacock is getting called for a jump start. But meanwhile, up front, Thomas Eniziata in the lead, followed by Ryan Raffa, Jake Hedlow, and Justin White gets shuffled back after getting passed from the outside. Thomas Eniziata with a really good start. Ryan Raffa falls from P3, right behind Jake Hedlow, moves to the inside. Jake Hedlow and Ryan Raffa side by side. Ryan Raffa makes a move to the inside for P number 2. Really good racing so far. Mark Donato really trying to move up as he's side by side going up the hill. Thomas getting off to a nice lead, but Ryan Raffa able to get around Jake Hedlow. As we race 18 laps to go here in the Formula Tag Finals this weekend. Now Ryan Raffa setting the pace, setting the fastest lap with a 54.3, and Justin White setting a 54.1. So some of these drivers a little bit quicker than Thomas Eniziata coming up behind him. Will anyone have anything for him in this Formula Tag Grand Prix? Ryan Raffa working through the middle sections there. Very close battling mid-pack.
If you want me to stay, I need you to know I can't. No, I can never let you go. No, I can never let you go.
Leaders coming on the front straightaway. Only 14 laps remaining. If you saw right there, Ryan Raffa was able to get around Thomas Zanata for the lead, and Ryan Raffa now has the fastest lap of the race. The race is hard and tough. 13 laps to go in Formula Tag. Ryan Raffa with a mighty move up the inside into turn number 2. But Thomas Zanata following close behind. And Thomas Zanata does it back with the over-under in turn number 2, and Ryan Raffa trying to get back at him. Thomas Zanata was able to get around him once again, as now Justin White is in the mix for the lead now. Turn number 2 being the prime passing zone. Here they come onto the front straightaway. Jake Hedlow leading Julian Peacock by just less than a half a tenth. As he's going to make a move into turn 2, side by side, he gets around him. Thomas Zanata back into the lead of this motor race as he made a move into turn number 2, as Ryan Raffa did on him, did the over-under, got the revenge. But still 11 laps to go in the Formula Tag final, and the Shifter KZ will be the last race of the day before our podium ceremonies. But a 3-way battle for the lead here in Formula Tag. They're running awful close now. Justin White has been able to take advantage of these two battling. And Thomas up the inside, right back on Ryan Raffa. That is the 5th lead change of this race. And Ryan right back at him. Ryan Raffa back into the lead. Justin White just watching, waiting for them two to crash and make a mistake. Really fierce battling for the lead at the front of this field. As these two have been going back and forth every lap. Halfway now. 3-way battle for the lead at the front of the Formula Tag field. Oh, and Thomas gives him a little bump. Thomas gives him a little bump into turn number 3 and shuffles Ryan Raffa all the way back. Wow, what a move Rather aggressive move from Thomas Emuzanata to take the lead. But Formula Tag is heating up here in the final race of the weekend. Ryan Raffa gets shuffled back to P3 after that move, but certainly not out of it yet, as now Justin White is in the mix. Mark Donato trying to get under Ryan Berman at turn number 3. Been a very good passing zone for these Formula Tag cars, as they're able to get very, very deep on the brakes and try to steal the line from the cart in front of them. But Justin White following very close behind. The battle for the lead going very strong still. Ryan Raffa still in the mix and going to try to get his revenge for getting boxed out into turn number 3. You can even use turns 2 as a setup corner to make a move on the inside in turn number 3. But the top 3 nose to tail, all very similar lap times, where Ryan Raffa currently holds the fastest lap of the race at a 53.780. Justin White starting to close in on the straightaway, starting to utilize his draft. As we race 5 laps to go next time by. Shifter KZ coming up next. So if you're in a KZ shifter class, please start making your way to the grid now so we can get your final in. But really, really close battling at the lead here. Really, really spicy stuff going on here in the Formula Tag race. Thomas Emuzanata has been oh so perfect all weekend. But Ryan Raffa and Justin White and Julian Peacock have all not made it easy whatsoever for him. But so overall, his racecraft has been what's kept him up front. Ryan Raffa going to try to get back on Justin White. Side by side for P7 here. Mark Donato really trying to do anything he can to get around him. Going to be 4 laps to go this time by. And Thomas Emuzanata has a nice little lead. But Ryan Raffa starting to put some really, really tough pressure on Justin White. Getting all over his rear bumper. Ryan Raffa starting to get pretty close to Justin here in the comp cart. Full tilt versus comp cart going on here. 2 very, very tough competitors in this championship. Very, very close. Still. But Thomas has not looked back since he made that move. But Ryan Raffa closer than he's ever been to Justin White, and see if he can make something happen this lap. Here we go. Leader's going to come by this time and get 2 laps to go this time by. Justin White still only 3 tenths behind the leader. Ryan Raffa all over the rear bumper of Justin White, but these 3 are nose to tail, running practically identical lap times every single lap. Doesn't get closer than that. You will only find that here in the F-Series. Ryan Raffa starting to get the run up the hill. Side by side for second up the hill. But Justin White is able to close him off. And side by side, Ryan Raffa is able to make a move on the outside on Justin White. Can he get the leader? But Thomas Amuzinata going to come to the white flag this time by. 1 more lap to go for him to seal the deal and win round number 2 in the Gear Up F-Series Challenge. Justin White trying to get back at him on the inside under braking. Not going to be able to quite make it work. Going to go for the undercut going into turn number 2. Right out of turn number 4, up into 5, up the hill. Thomas Amuzinata's got a nice solid lead. Going into the final sector, just has to hit his marks. P2 isn't decided yet as Justin White all over the rear bumper. Here we go, coming through the final 2 corners after being oh so perfect all weekend and having excellent racecraft. Thomas Amuzinata will win. We're going to be side by side for P2, and Ryan Raffa for Full Tilt Racing will get P number 2. Really, really good finish. And Julian Peacock number 305 and Jake Hedlow will round out the top 5. Valentin Andrew, Tristan Altman, Mark Donato, Ryan Berman, Jake Brown will all round out the top 10. A few DNFs, a few DNSs there. But overall, that is a Formula tag, and Thomas Amuzinata is going to be your championship leader coming out of this race. And coming up next, we have the KZ Shifter class. So if you want to hop on YouTube and watch the race on your phone, feel free. We have 1 more race left to go for today. Been an excellent weekend of good, exciting racing. Thomas Amuzinata is driving very well. Definitely had some tough competition. But being so perfect in any form of racing, whether it be karting, biking, Formula racing, NASCAR, no matter what it is very, very important to hit your marks and be very consistent throughout the laps. Because just one mistake can separate you from being victorious. As Ryan Raffa was boxed out, but it was a clean move as he played very, very good defense. But Thomas was able to get around him. But Ryan still able to get P2. Very, very, very good race in the Formula Tag race.
Yes, you said put the 26.
1 more race. Please make your way to the podium. Everyone get a podium as early as possible today. The podium ceremonies will be happening at around Thank you everybody so much for taking the Pittsburgh International Race Complex and everybody involved to make a really, really good, successful, and close event here at Pitt International Race Complex. Hope we see as much of you as possible up at New York Race Complex in about 7 or 8 weeks' time for round 3 and 4 at New York Race Complex. Beautiful, beautiful circuit, almost in Canada and upstate New York. And then the championship finale will be in New Jersey Motorsport Park using both the Tempest and the Lightning circuits. So a very, very good action-packed championship here in the Gear Up F Series. And the KZ Shipping class, about the Annie Rule, after getting the track record this morning, was able to win and edge out Alex Manglass after a really nice pass in the turn number 2. And all she has to do is hit her marks and win this race, and she will come out of this race championship leader after round number 2 of 6. So it has all come down to the KZ shifter final. We'll be very close, as I said. That class line is a very, very expected package. Motorsport's got this all together. We're a big racing family here at the F Series, and we're really happy that this weekend was able to go the way it did, especially with the weather and the drivers and everyone involved. Racing is a huge force and making much better people in our world as they push each other to be better every week and always pushing themselves, but all in having fun in the sport we love most. And you are here to witness the fastest growing sport in the United States of competition karting. But here we go, we're about to get this KZ shifter final underway. So if you are around, please gather around to the start finish line. Here we go, Annie Rule getting all lined up and ready to go as we get our KZ shifter final underway. It has all come down to this for the entire weekend. The flags are up. The drivers are lining up on the grid, ready to go. Here we go. The KZ shifter class in the Gear Up F Series, round 2, ready to get under the way off the grid. 5 single red lights. 1, 2. 5 lights ready to go off. And Alex Rule isn't able to get a good start, and Alex Manglass gets off the line incredibly and is able to go into the lead. Oh, and there's a crash in turn number 1. 2 carts are able to go off. What a hectic start, but Alex Manglass now in the lead. And Annie Rule is now going to have to get back around him. She wants to win today. Nathan Nicholson up in the P number 3 after a really good start. But that's 2 carts off in sector number 1. But wow, what a really, really crazy start. Alex Manglass' start have been Alonso style all weekend, as he's been getting right off the line almost like he knows exactly when it's going to go off. Really, really impressive stuff. Annie Rule is going to have to do what she did in the pre-final and have to put some serious racecraft to try to win. Here we go. Racing lap number 2. Alex Manglass, Annie Rule, Jason Henry, and Nathan Nicholson was able to get up to P3. And Christian Oldhauser rounds out the top 5. And Annie Rule diving up the inside again, side by side for the lead going into turn number 2. Alex Manglass holding in defense on the inside line. Still side by side, and he's able to hold it. Our last final race of the day is going to be an exciting one for sure. GFC Praga and Tony Kart being represented strong, and Magic, Mac Monrelli, DR Chassis, all very strong and have been very, very close this weekend. And Andy Rule starting to take a look, but not quite. But then now side by side for P number 3, Jason Henry trying to get around the local Nathan Nicholson. Andy Rule all over the rear bumper of Alex Manglass. That Magic card has been so good under braking, and she is so good at finding the perfect place to slow down. She has really impressed me this weekend with her driving style, and is really beginning to show her strength. She finished second yesterday, but as we know in motorsports, finishing second is never good enough. Always got to go for P1, no matter where you were at. Coming onto the front straightaway, Alex Manglass got a little bit of a lead, and Andy Rule gets the fastest lap of the race at a 52.0. Nathan Nicholson hanging on to P number 3. Still 17 laps to go. Andy Rule makes a move up to the inside, and Andy Rule back to the lead, side by side for the lead, going to turn number 3. Alex Manglass trying to get the undercut, not going to make it happen. Andy Rule back into the lead of this motor race. That has been her prime spot to make her moves all weekend, and she's made it stick. Andy Rule out in front now at a half a tenth lead. Has 16 laps to go to seal the deal. Jason Nicholson up in the P3, but Jason Henrique all over him in that GFC chassis. Massachusetts versus Pennsylvania, fighting for the podium. And the KZ Shifter class is delivering today, as Andy Rule and Magic Card have all brought an excellent program here today, and she is putting in some laps and trying to run away with this one. Andy Rule really starting to put in some serious laps now and starting to pull away from Alex Manglass. But the battle for P3 still going very strong. Shifter cards are the absolute beasts of karting. And this KZ racing package really creates for some amazing racing. Here at this beautiful Pittsburgh International Race Complex, as Jason Henrique really trying to get a run and trying to utilize him being able to see the driver in front of him's line to get around him. The LeCon tires have been absolutely sticking to the racetrack this weekend, and has enabled track records to be broken. As we race with 13 laps to go. Jason Henrique really looking on the rear bumper of Nathan Nicholson, really trying to make something happen, really trying to dive deep into turn number 2, not going to quite be able to make it stick. And Jason is really starting to put the pressure on now for the podium. The other battle here we got for P6 between Brian Chatfield and Brian Polsky. Tony Karchasti has been doing very good this week and has been also very strong in the Ironman class. Andy Rule still in the lead, followed by Alex Manglass and Nathan Nicholson and Jason Henrique approaching the line right now, running basically identical lap times. Just to see in karting, there is really no other motorsport that is as close and competitive as karting, as these karts are sticking to the racetrack and an awesome acceleration. Shifter karts have been used as a way for years to up the ante in karting and to create a package that gets you ready for formula racing, as most of the big motorsports in the world utilize manual transmissions. And Christian Oldhaffer beginning to approach this battle for the podium here. Doing anything he can, trying to do the overcut and undercut, but this battling has enabled Christian Oldhaffer to be in sights.
Actually, Jared, this time around is going to be halfway.
9 laps remaining. This battle for the podium really beginning to heat up here, as this will be for the last piece of hardware for today, and all the drivers are going to really want it. Nathan Nicholson put in his personal best last lap of 52.3, so clearly controlling the pace of that little pack. But Jason is doing everything he can, and Christian Oldhaffer is also running his best lap of a 52.375. So Christian Oldhaffer inching away into this battle and wants them to keep battling so that he can take advantage. Leaders coming by on the front straightaway, and here's this battle for the podium coming now. Oh, and even Nathan gets into the grass a little bit, and that hinders his momentum. He's over the rear bumper. Oh, and he gives him a little tap, and he falls back. That really could have been it there. We are now halfway through this motor race. But wow, the local Nathan Nicholson holding on for P number 3 there. Jason Henrique really trying to get the move, maybe trying to short shift, maybe trying to back up his traction. And with shifters, you can have all different kinds of RPM on the mid-apex of a corner, so the better you are at knowing your kart, the better corner speed and corner exit that you will have. Here they come, racing with 7 laps remaining in round 2 of the Gear Up Challenge here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. It has all come down to this. Going up the hill now. The relationship between RPM, traction, and torque is very vital, and it's that balance between those 3 things that make these teams push to try to create a really nice setup. But Jason's getting awful close now. Really beginning to put the pressure on. And the fastest lap on the racetrack right now is a 51.514 by Andy Rule in that number 147. That is going to be a track record. Every year, we are getting on the cusp of these track records as these karts are getting faster and these teams are learning more about their setups. And as we go through the seasons and the races, there is things that these teams learn or are able to utilize on the racetrack. Oh, and Nathan gets a little bit into the grass again, and that will prevent Jason to get a little bit of momentum, but these three have been absolutely nose to tail. And here they come. Nathan hits a bump and they're side by side for third. And Christian Oldhaffer, they're 3 wide for the third turn. And Christian Oldhaffer into P number 3. Christian Oldhaffer has made his way onto the podium. And wow, Nathan Nicholson has an issue. The local Nathan Nicholson has an issue. Christian Oldhaffer into P number 3 and is able to make it 3 wide. Wow. I am losing my voice after that one, and boy, have you ever seen that 3 wide on the front straightaway. Going to be having 5 laps to go. Christian Oldhaffer versus Jason Henrique going at it for the podium. Annie Rule still in the lead. Nice 4.3 second lead over Alex Manglass, but Christian Oldhaffer now into P number 3. Be huge points for him if he can walk out of this race with a podium.
You said 353. Yes, I have it.
And here they go. Jason's trying to set up the pass on Marco Oldhaffer. On Christian Oldhaffer.
Marco, is Ryan failed or not?
But Christian Oldhaffer holding on.
2 laps to go. 2 laps to go.
Jason looks awful good in those last few corners and is able to take an alternative line to try to get the run onto the front straightaway, and it looks like that might be the way he's going to be able to get around Christian. But we are very closely watching his battle for the podium. And Annie Rule gets the 2 to go, 2 more laps to go for her to be victorious. What a KZ shifter event we had this weekend. Now here they come. Coming onto the front straightaway, Jason Henrique taking that alternative line to try to get under Christian Oldhaffer, but not going to quite be able to do it. Only 2 laps to go. Christian Oldhaffer versus Jason Henrique going at it for the podium positions. Who will come out on top? And here we come, Annie Rule coming around, grabbing the white flag, this time by 1 lap away from her to come out victorious. Alex Manglass, 4.8 behind. That battle is basically decided, but the battle for the podium is hot. Jason Henrique trying to get under Marco Oldhaffer before turn number 1. Christian Oldhaffer is holding on. Sorry, I keep saying Marco. And here we go. We are on the last lap. All he has to do is hit his marks, and he should be able to keep Jason Henrique behind him. Gear Up F-Series Challenge has been definitely something to reckon with this weekend, but coming through the final few corners, everybody put your hands up for Annie Rule, your winner in the KZ shifter class, followed by Alex Manglass, but Annie Rule comes out on top with a track record and an unbelievable pass on Alex. And here he coming to the line. They're going to be side by side at the line. Christian Oldhaffer is going to get on the podium. Christian Oldhaffer, his first podium in KZ shifter class. Wow, what a race. What a way to wrap up what an unbelievable weekend here at Pittsburgh International Race Complex. Wow. Annie Rule with the new track record and a win at her home track. Please meet us for the podium ceremonies as we celebrate. Wow, we really saw some unbelievable racing there. But please meet us at the podium ceremonies in about 13 minutes. In 13 minutes, we're going to get our podium ceremonies underway. We got to make sure we get tech inspection finished up for shifter and KZ. Anybody that has any transponders, if you have any transponders, please start bringing them back to the tent ASAP. But thank you for tuning in to the Gear Up F-Series Round 2. Unbelievable racing today. Congratulations to all of our winners and everybody who performed today. And anybody who's able to make it out to the racetrack this weekend. Racing is alive and well in Pennsylvania. And we will see you at the podium as we cool down here in about 12 minutes.
Man, look at us. 5:18, 12 minutes ahead of schedule. Red flag. Who's good? Who's good? Right? Let's get this going together these days. Oh. What's that ass, dude?
Yeah. Yo, a lot of people be stepping to us like, y'all from San Francisco, right? Nah, G. We show a lot of love for the state of California, from Humboldt to Oceanside, you dig? But LA's where it all happens for the dub, and that's one. You MC say LA when you on stage and when you booth spitting out hot verse, we gon' make it happen, man. Who won tests? We licking off shots in the west. We make believers out the best, lay the weak to rest. In Southern California, now ain't no place like this. Have the stuff y'all doing, we created the shit. So don't be sagging, young buck, in the presence of this. Don't even come from the city and you running your lip. I'm about to make a call, get the news van out. Explain to Trisha Toyota on how your crew ran out. We coming live from the Trade 2-3. Area cold, mad clouds of smoke. It ain't no room for snow. A sucker niggas will suck